The case before us is a strange and unprecedented one indeed. I'll remind you again. The law can be both a help and a hindrance. The case before us is a strange and unprecedented one indeed. Yeah.
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. If only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about her, this seems like the kind of thing she'd know about.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma. This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry.
Oh, Sawada, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kinda lacking. Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see. My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive for a first read?
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade. But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows. Apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a kabuki mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger, someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This kabuki mono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow, did I get lucky!
Stop shouting!
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the Government Records Office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago. Even back then, Tatarasuna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in this story now?
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art. Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabuki Mono was not a human, but a puppet.
A puppet?
Aha! Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
No, Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about. Please, take a look.
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well. Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it. Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay!
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it? Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh? After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it? If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in... Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like... the balladeer! No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
But what if Tivat is round?
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Nahida, bad news. We just saw the balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape or... Ah! It's him!
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surasthana? Aren't you supposed to be Lack Death? I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me. A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down? But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us! As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the balladeer.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you, considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond. Wait a second. Farmer? You mean he's not a Harbinger anymore? I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the Harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be. Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him! Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch. Nahida, are you serious about this? Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit. Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that? Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am.
He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it. It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. Seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside. Great, thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
Wow, it looks pretty different here compared to last time. The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards, but right now, I'm on temporary release, so maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you, on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Fine, let's call it truce, but only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are gonna be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him. Wow! So this is the inside of Irminsul. Ooh! Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so, say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
It looks the same in every direction. No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
What a huge tree!
Lesser Lord Kusanali,
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladier's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk? Yes, I've also invited Paimon to join.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladeer's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers. Well done. Smart and attentive as always. So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatara Suna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatara Suna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gese got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatara Suna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation. Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait! How did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you. Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement! You have to share it with us!
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
Whoa!
I have been in Tatara Suna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatara Suna is a warm, welcoming place. Like a giant village. People are gainfully employed. Their lives have purpose. They are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatara Suna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique. Even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma, and it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected, because I didn't want to speculate, and I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate. And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. This is our last hope. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
Drop the act! We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatara Suna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatara Suna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
The Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it? That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa? Already dead. What a pity. Jester, I have completed the task you gave me, creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore. Dottore! Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine? But why did we see things from his perspective?
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the kabuki mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as the mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it has protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Dottore, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend. It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, aren't you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Teyvat.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your brother in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was his first destination when he arrived in this world. Plus, he only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your brother for a time. I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me. Give me your hand. Can you hear my voice inside your head? No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past? Done.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking her for helping me. So long. I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabuki Mono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow. Oh no, he's really gone.
Oh, can you hear me?
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you. I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before? He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible! Right! You can't just rewrite history! All that stuff happened already in real life! It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it! So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do. Ooh, Paimon actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too? There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next? Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight. So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here. Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes. Cream stew. Sauteed matsutake. And Dragon chili chicken. Almond tofu. Satisfying salad. Also, Adeptus Temptation, golden shrimp balls, triple layered consomme, lotus seed and bird egg soup, and... What are we... What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now? Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about. What was it again? The balladeer? Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name, though. What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said? So, the balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something. by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Ah, it's been a while. Of course. Go ahead. Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches: Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Oh, yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now. We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then, too. It seems like such a shame.
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokuden, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokuden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphaned son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent-up anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokuden. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well. My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon. On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler. Paimon will be right behind you.
Whenever I'm reminded of what happened back then, it always weighs on my heart.
Okay. Unlimited patience and willpower to move mountains.
This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Traveler, it's been a while. If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
Are they out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks!
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say? Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What would you like to know? Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the commissioner's behalf. As for the commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual on the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
Well, got any more questions?
You're very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often. But I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend, and she's always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you. I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all. I mean it. Whenever the commissioner dines at home, Toma always joins him. I always find myself at my most relaxed when I'm serving the two of them and listening to them chat away. The commissioner has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance to take his meals at home. But given the opportunity, he always prefers to dine here. They say it's because Toma's a much better chef than most. Oh, the commissioner is so fond of home comforts. They get to talking about you sometimes too, you know. Always with a very fond tone. The way one would talk about dear old friends around whom one can truly be themselves. Miss Kamisato occasionally joins them as well. Whenever the whole family gets together and they start talking about people they've met and experiences they've had, you always get a mention. It's been many years now since the late Mr. and Mrs. Kamisato passed away. Much has happened in the Kamisato clan in that time. As someone who is old and gray enough to have watched their son and daughter grow up, it makes me so happy to see them meet a dependable friend whose company they enjoy so much. So, in the future, if you ever do have the time, please know you are always very welcome at the Yashiro Commission headquarters. There will always be at least one old lady who would be delighted to have the pleasure of your company. Wonderful. Thank you.
Paimon likes it here too! Also, you were saying something about the food here being really great. Paimon's itching to try it. We may just have to invite ourselves around for dinner sometime. Paimon meant we should come pay a visit again real soon. Ideally around dinner time.
Of course. You're always welcome.
Alright, goodbye for now. Where are we going next? Great! Goodbye, ma'am! Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
All right, then. Take care now. Hope to see you soon.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yep, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
Time to go. Yeah.
Well, here we are. But what are we looking for? Something or someone?
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the Traveler and Paimon?
Xavier, what are you doing here?
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So what about you two?
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away. Like the back of my hand. Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true, the history here. Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago. I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation, goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too. They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna? Come on, ask already.
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge? Sure, go ahead. A kabuki mono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word, Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a kabuki mono where Tatarasuna is concerned. Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier.
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for. Sure, but what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you. Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you. Hey, don't mention it. Alright, let's head off and go meet Nahida.
village knows me.
Busted. Incinerate!
Hey, it's them!
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
It's the same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh? Should we join them?
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress. Huh? Oh, of course.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well. Here.
Well, what do you think?
Hey, Traveler. Remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma. So how about we tell them what we learned?
What did you find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
Wow, so many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Amenoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days, to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
Paimon, how have you been?
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting and chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then she decided she wanted to go to Inazuma.
The Balladeer? It sounds like some kind of code name. You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me? Traveler?
Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the Traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because... well, because he literally changed the world?
Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it. The Traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about her in Irminsul. And it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect her. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this Balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it?
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that. Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share? It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right? Once the balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again. He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. The story makes sense, every part of it. The balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
Please wait a moment. I want to check something. Found it. This should be the one. It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything she has told us.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look.
Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the balladeer?
When combined with the traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the balladeer or the kabuki mono in other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the balladeer entered Irminsul.
That's incredible! What a great idea!
And sending the traveler into Irminsul with the balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew she'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one she told us. The now erased life of the balladeer. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
We solved it!
I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The Balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail, that Conria was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, This may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahita's right. Cheer up! How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take her out for a walk to clear her head?
You got it! Come on, Traveler! You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar! That'll be sure to lift our spirits. It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you up.
不必心急。
到了，到了，我们先吃什么呢？喂，有没有在听我说话嘛？唉，真拿你没办法。那我等你一会儿，想好了我们就去买吃的。怎么样，想到了吗？你干嘛呀？突然跳起来！
先生，刚才的账似乎有些问题，您看。
喂，喂，等等！
哎，叫我？
没喊你，说那小子呢？你没看见吗？那家伙拿了摊上最后2只新鲜的日落果，就这么一溜烟跑掉了。你说你，在我这里做帮工，怎么又走神了呢？是嫌这份工作太无聊，还是觉得城里的一切事情都太吸引人？
是我疏忽了，抱歉。您说的对。或许，真是城里的事情太吸引人，我一不小心就看走神了。
那个人是谁啊？看你很在意的样子。
小伙子，你可真是个怪人，来我这里打工居然不要工钱，可真让你做事又总是对各种东西好奇个没完。我也不想占你的便宜，该给你的工钱就得给你，可瞧你这样，我也没法结账啊。
不，我没有骗您，谢谢您收留我这个外来的帮工才是。
哎呀，你可别客气，我太难办了。你看，日落果都没了，我还答应了晚上要给街那边的夫人送果盆呢。
缺的商品我去找就好，您在这里稍等片刻。
哎，等等，我就直说了，小伙子，我没用过这样不要钱的工人，本来是想贪些小便宜，可是你似乎真的什么都不要，你不图工钱啊，也不贪休息，闲下来就四处走，四处看，你是在流浪吗？
是啊，就像您说的那样，我的事稍后再说，先把您要的东西找回来。日落果对吧？我明白了。
喂，现在怎么办？好，悄悄接近他，不要被发现了。
这样就可以了吧？
虽然你说那就是伞兵，但我们这个样子，要打劫他手里的日落果吗？会不会太恶劣了一点？哦，好吧。
数量是够了，洗一下再带回去比较好吧？那边两位，跟着我是有什么事吗？
被发现了。
从城里到城外，很难不发现。难道我们在哪里见过吗？不对，你的眼神，你认识我，但我对你毫无印象。
真的认识啊？
抱歉，我没法就这样相信你说的话。
人偶？怎么看出来的？说对了，你看他表情。
看来你确实认识我，甚至知道这种我几乎从不说给他人听的事。我只是个流浪者而已，但看你的样子，特意像这样找上我，一定是有重要的事。可以，不过，请允许我先把这些货物送回去。
你还真给那个店长跑腿啊？他说你不要工钱，是真的吗？
是的，我四处流浪，在野外遇见那位先生，他允许我到他的货车里避雨。作为报答，我想帮他做些事。
意外的好心肠呢。
等我把东西送到，就跟你走，可以吗？
那我们先回城里吧。
先生，东西放这里了。
你还真去摘了？哎，这两位是？
这两位找我有事，我得走开一会儿。抱歉，暂时不能帮你照看货物了。
唉，刚好我也想把工钱结给你，你想去哪儿都行，不用在我这个摊子上困着。谁会不明白呢？你帮我的忙，不过是想报答我让你躲雨的事儿，甚至特意不收工钱。说来那天雨那么大，你却走得很慢很悠闲，似乎一点都不害怕被雨淋湿，也没有急着要去的地方。不奇怪吗？没有目的地的人，又何必在雨里赶路呢？既然不赶时间，又为什么冒雨走在野外？但我收留你只是举手之劳，你不用为这一点点好意偿还那么多。你的时间和生活都很重要。
可我没有。不，您说的对，我们就在这里告别吧。谢谢您，带我进到城内。
别客气，小伙子，我这双眼睛见过太多人了。祝你能找到你想走的路。
谢谢。好了，谢谢你们等我。走吧。
纳西达，纳西达，
怎么了？哎，你是？
您好，冒昧来访，有些突然。
我们在街上遇到这家伙，但他好像什么都不记得了。哎呀，总之发生了很多事。
你是说你在提瓦特各地流浪修行？据我所知，这类人通常被称为修验者，你却说自己的名字是流浪者。
是的，这个名字比较适合我这样的人，听起来就像一株无根的植物。但这两位似乎认识我，还知道我不为人知的过去。
与其说是过去，解释起来真的很麻烦呢。我并不爱用，也不常用这样的词语，但你的情况或许该被称为前生。
就是上辈子的那种感觉吗？
对，比起从前，更像是距离更为遥远，你自己毫无察觉的情况。
那请问，前生的我是怎样一个人？这样吗？我明白了。你们有话要告诉我，却又不忍开口。看来，前生的我一定过得不那么令人满意。不便开口，可见那些事会让我受到不小的打击，但我一定可以承受。请告诉我真相。
你很在乎真相吗？
是的。
那我就直说了，前生的你做过许多可以被称为恶的事，
险些因人而死，也令他人因你而死。生而非人，憎恶神明，又憎恶人类。你始终在流浪，即使有了位置和身份，也没能找到驻足的理由。因为那个你坚持认为自己缺少心，执着的根脉上，偶尔也会长出苦果。逃离不了我执，你不会感到快乐。
倾尽所有，却只让历史动摇了一丁点。
但论结果的话，确实如此哦。
我无法单以对错二字判断方才听到的一切。一个人做出任何选择，都是因时因地，因带来果，罪累积成业。
真理本应如此，有正确，便会有对应的错误。然而万象万物生而复杂，不是取这些对立概念就能理清的。
前生的我，看起来不太讨大家喜欢呢。
没有打击你的意思，不过对我们来说，应该就是这样啦。
但现在帮助我找回真相的，不也是你们这些敌人吗？
我受不了了！这家伙不就是个看上去跟敌人完全相同的陌生人吗？我觉得他并不无辜，又没法追问他什么，好奇怪啊，这种感觉。
小吉祥草王大人，您是智慧之神，那您所告诉我的一切，都会是真实。
皆是真实。如果你愿意，我也可以为你展现出真实的记忆。
我愿意亲眼目睹，亲身体验自己的罪恶。
即使你如今的精神会因此受到鞭笞。
我是一个人偶，缺少心和名字的人偶。没有什么能驱动、填满我，除非是无法解脱的因果。
那就依你的愿望吧。等等，我们是不是也该跟着去啊？毕竟是我们把他从大巴扎拉到这里来的。
不必担心，即使遭遇什么危险，也是我理应承受的。
旅行者，可以麻烦你代替我前往监督这一过程吗？对啊，这么说来，你现在，情况比较特殊，我们还是帮着纳西达盯好你吧。
我明白。
谢谢你们，那就麻烦大家稍作准备了。
在这世间行走，身份多一点才便利。需要我帮你捏造一些吗？点数不错，今天就继续翘班吧。等到状态好了，再去把活一次干完。 在这世间行走，身份多一点才便利。需要我帮你捏造一些吗？
请做好准备哦。
无论那里有什么，我都会尽力去面对。只是，还要劳烦你全程陪同，实在抱歉。
这里看上去属于到期。你们所在的空间，是我提取回忆中内容还原出来的梦境。观看回忆可以获知真相，但也可能激怒存在于回忆中的敌人的影像，请务必注意安全。还真是身临其境的体验呢，还好我们跟来了。
你们不必为我做这些的。我不是值得保护的对象，
但我们向来不会半途而废。之前因为你的原因，事情做到一半就暂停了。
好吧，谢谢。
流浪者，这里是雷神安置伞兵的地方，被称作界景之馆。你前生在这里留有大量记忆，是因为这里算是某种意义上的出生地吗？可以这么说，原因你们很快就会知道了。
似乎有脚步声。
倒塌的山石后竟然有这么大空间，难道是开采金化骨髓的队伍留下的？不对，里面建造完整，保存良好，绝不是普通人能做到的事情。怎么有个人倒在这里？
你是？
你会说话？你怎么样了？是受伤被困在这里吗？没有伤口，而且衣饰华贵，到底是什么人？
这个男人名叫桂木，是虎千代养子郁于城镇的副手。他捡到留在界景之馆的伞兵，将其带回踏贝沙，然后才有了后面的一切。在未被修改的记录中，桂木最终被城镇所杀。
我带你出去，我们的人就在附近，坚持一下。
踏贝沙事件中，单于惨遭伪装成工匠的博士谋害，被称作侵袭者的伞兵下落不明，而郁于城镇作为第二顺位负责人，必须负起责任。但桂木曾为城镇所救，对其忠心不二。在桂木坚持下，城镇最终杀死他，以此为踏贝沙事件作结。那个叫桂木的，应该是个好人吧？
看上去是位武人，面相却很仁厚。为什么他没能幸福终老呢？
长征大人，这孩子是我从一片塌陷的山洞里找到的，他不记得自己叫什么名字。
总要有个称呼。我刚才听门外的工人都喊你“轻骑者”。
没关系， 这样就好。
云木，去跟丹羽大人汇报一声，就说我们这里多了个同伴。
不必心急。
哎，怎么又回来了？
哇，这就是你出生的地方吗？很漂亮呢。就是没什么人。
跟你一样，我也被人遗弃了。那时我就住在这里，不是什么好地方。我们不会搬到这里来。
听说我的爸爸妈妈以前都会打铁锻刀，可是后来工厂的管理人去世了，爸爸病倒了。就像我一样，他老是咳嗽。后来，妈妈也像他一样，咳个不停。
但你不能这样，要遵守跟我的约定。
我们已经是家人了，要一直一起哦。
这个孩子没有名字，应该说，伞兵也不知道他叫什么名字。他的父亲没等到给他起名就去世了，母亲过世后，孩子独自留在草棚内，被邻居抚养长大。而离开他被杀的伞兵，偶然遇到同样没有姓名的他，便与他约定一起生活。
这个孩子最后怎么样了呢？
年幼时就病逝了。一日，伞兵回到家中，发觉他已经停止呼吸。
喂，你怎么了？说话啊！说好要像家人那样一起生活，到头来也像丹羽他们那样背叛我。声音消失了，看来回忆也就到这里。
继续前进吧。
为什么挡在我的去路上？
并非阻挡，而是等待。你的真面目是一种武器，可为钢铁的意志所用，也可继续漂泊流浪。
想拉拢我？
反抗的命运早已揭开帷幕，为何不来到席间？成为欢庆的一份子呢？
抓到！中场收工，
往返自然，
固化生命。
好。 食言之法，
朔风解印，
收丝线交织。
算了。
好昏暗的地方。
到这里我就认识了，是到期的斜眼工厂吧？在未被修改的记录中，旅行者曾于此地遇见伞兵。讨厌的感觉，好熟悉。喂，你们看那边！
所以，亲爱的女士，就把一群蠢货和这间破工厂托付给我了。
贬低手下对你有什么好处？就算不愿意承认，你也是计划的一环。还是说，你认为这些不如在深渊里奋战来的有意义？哦，当然，确实也比不上给博士做实验体有趣。
真是牙尖嘴利呀！不过，你似乎很少能在嘴巴上占到便宜。为了接下来的任务，还是调整调整心情吧。
哼，不用提醒，我知道接下来有什么。
虽然你这么说，我还是得多嘴一句：别以为自己能战无不胜，更不必意气用事。
在担心我？
只是不希望你成为我的绊脚石。你和公子给人找麻烦的能力不相上下。
我不过是给这混乱的国家点把火而已，而你，作为被舍弃之物，一定更想破坏吧？记得吗？那时候在盗期，你可是杀了好多刀匠呢。雷电武传的后人，一定很痛苦吧？瞧你的表情，哎呀！也别太缅怀过去了，收起你那条可怜的舌头，别再咄咄逼人了。好了，再会，庆功宴上见。
可怜的舌头，浑身冒火的女人又有什么资格用那种口气跟我说话？罢了，说不定一会儿就会有人找到这里，到那时。我又该做出什么样的表情来迎接呢？
阴谋并未在此地破灭，我们仍将经历接下来的故事。流浪者，你还能坚持吗？
可以，请不用担心我。
为什么沉默地看着我？难道你没有更讨人喜欢的表达方式吗？
讨你喜欢可不是我的义务。再说，你眼里向来没有利益与结果之外的东西吧？
迷茫的人偶能登上第6席，不过是因为你比其他人类更耐打而已，这也算优点。
与你相处就像在跟一团烈焰交朋友。不过彼此残杀之前，我们最好完成应尽的责任。
阴谋不再闪烁。似乎到须弥了。啊，那是……
鉴于生论派遣者纳菲斯拒绝加入本次计划，我将代替他加入本次实验。
欢迎你的到来，希望我们合作愉快。
什么时候开始？
你似乎迫不及待了。 要知道，成为神可不是那么容易的事。
身体改造耗时很久，我也建议早些开始。而且一旦链接成功，他的身体就会与机体完全绑定，无法单独行动。
这种事我经历的很多了，对吗，博士？
你是我见过最能坚持的实验品。托你的福，我才能成功获得更多信息。不过那段日子过后，你总是依照命令留在深渊中，见面机会骤减，提升知识纯度也变得很难了呢。
道貌岸然的说辞，是怕大家知道你除了疯狂实验之外什么都不在乎吗？
与我对话最好用更恭敬的口吻，斯卡拉姆奇。你很有用，可那并不意味着你能不灭。
又是博士，好让人不舒服的场面。
那个人身上有很浓重的邪恶气息。
看到他不舒服是正常的，我也这样。继续前进吧。
神明，您认为我是恶吗？
若你承认那些你是你自己的话，便是恶。
在您眼中，人与人偶是否有区别？
你认为前生乃至他生的自己与你有区别吗？假如没有，那人与人偶又有什么不同？承受人世冷暖，品味喜怒哀乐者，即为人；为生老病死憎爱哭喊愤怒者，亦是人。
我已经观看了足够多的往事，如果可以的话，我想取回那些本该由我背负的罪孽。不论结果如何，我都不会逃避对我的指责和制裁。应得之事，就让它发生吧。可以将那份记忆给我吗？
可是那样一来，你不就会失去现在的身份吗？
我始终认为，人这样的生命个体遵循规律而生，是过去经历的总集。而我作为人偶诞生于世，也背负着同样的规则。
取回记忆，意味着你将完全回归到前生的位置上，所有被你舍弃的情感，也将回到你身体内。你确定要这样吗？
一直以来，我都怀揣着胸口这份空洞而活。创造人偶的人不需要我。醒来后，我四处流浪，可直到遇见你们，我才意识到，这份消失的罪孽，或许正是令我成为我的契机。我天生就比他人更容易孕育出愿望，即使做了修验者，也没能彻底通透。看来，那就是我为自己招得的诅咒。所以恳请您，将改变宿命的意义赋予我，结束我的流浪。
我明白了。既然你心意已决，我就将这些还给你。你已经做出了选择，那么，收下吧。
让他自由。
人偶为什么在这里？
这是……
我倒觉得你也是人类哦。大家都在，正好。
好的，
真为长征大人高兴了。这是我的。
他不要紧吧？不是吧？喂，好美！
没有价值的东西不会被保留，正因如此，才更不能在这里结束。俯瞰凡尘，你将无处立足。风袭，魔转，鼠雀之辈，复逆，不过如此，轮转百里。相知就凭你也配直视我？愚昧的东西，滚出我的视野！
消失了，我们赢了！
还用问吗？我不可能输给他。
哈哈，口气又大起来了呢，侧面说明你找到了自我。可那里面也是你，你有什么好得意的？
抱歉了，我对别人和对自己向来同样刻薄。听你的口气，就好像在担心我一样。别担心，托你的福， 哪怕我没能改变什么，也算是知道了不少真相。
记忆读取应该很顺利，这篇梦境的使命已经结束了。
走吧，出去再说。
欢迎回来，旅行者、派蒙、伞兵。
感觉经历了很长的旅途，累死我了。
莫非你是对这个名字感到不满？
没什么，只是在想，我也该换个名字了。明知博士做了那么多事，我怎么可能继续采用跟他有关的称号？我不打算，也不可能回到愚人众那边。一定有许多人被这次的事影响，未必还能记得第6系是谁。
意思是你要脱离组织啦？
正如你所说，小吉祥草王，一切看似徒劳，但并非没有意义，至少能让不少人忘记我。
可那也不意味着你身上的往事就此消失。
这是自然。
另外，你倾尽全力去追求的事，它最核心的目的并没能达成。这一点还请你明白，改变世界，改变过去，改变他人命运，并不是那么容易的。你所渴望的答案是极致的毁灭，它本质是虚妄。即便世上再没有伞兵，世界也不会遵循你的意志而动。
是啊，真可笑。
为这样的结果做到这种地步，不会后悔吗？
哪怕我一文不值，世上也从来没有值得后悔的事。小吉祥草王，世界树里的信息是你故意留在那里的吧？
为了让你尽可能自然地收获信息，我也费了不少心思呢。
为什么不惜做到这一步？你也想拉拢我吗？
必须诚实地说，过去的经历使你成为了一个对我和须弥有用的个体。拉拢你，的确是我计划的一部分。但在那之前，我想把过去的真相告诉你。如果只是利用，我就与博士毫无分别了。
哼，你很聪明。
这大概是我应具有的美德吧。
对他人有用就是价值，所以即使身为罪人，我也重新拥有了被利用的理由。哦，对，差点忘了，你们是正义的一方，与我不同。不好意思，我看待事物的角度略有不同，但我不会称这一切为算计。你的智慧注定了你会拥有更好的帮手。
你能这么想就太好了。旅行者，未来我还会进一步研究并挖掘世界树里深藏的秘密，包括你血亲被记录在世界树中的旅程之史，前后究竟还有什么，我也想知道呢。
旅行者，为什么在我跳进世界树的信息洪流之后，你就去了盗期？所以才打听到了那些人被改变后的命运吗？不管怎么说，你帮了我的忙，这份恩情我都会尽力偿还。个体与个体之间只存在借和还的关系，我们迟早会两清，你不需要在意。
不是这样的哦，人与人的关系绝不是轻易就能抚回原状的白纸。你一定感受过，生命中出现过的人，
不会像水滴蒸发一样消失。世上不存在真正的两清，正因为有些事不能挽回，也不能改变，人间才会有情感。你感受的所有东西都是真实，你欠下的事物也不会被弥补。背负裂痕生活下去是人的行为，你可以选择是否成为人。
没有缺失心脏的人类，不是吗？再说，我早就不想成为人类了。
没有心脏的你，依然能理解痛苦，你只是封闭了感情。过去不会被撼动，但你可以继续走。只要未来的线够长，总有一天，过去会变成比例尺上很短小的一段。
听起来，你已经想好怎么安排我了。
很多事情混在一起，都说不清楚了。反正最重要的是，你最好跟随纳西达，否则我们为什么要做这么多嘛？
那就让我作为黑暗中的助力，与你们同在吧。
很高兴你能接受我们的提议。为表庆祝，不如给自己起个新名字吧。
快快快，我也要给你起个难听的绰号。
哈？为什么？
因为我还是不怎么喜欢你啊。
哼，那以后我们最好不要经常见面。
名字是人生第一份馈赠，虽然你没明说，但我知道你是这么想的。这次他和派蒙帮了你不少忙，假如你无法决定要叫什么名字，可以问问他们的意见。
不行，我只会起绰号，不会起正经名字，交给你啦。
想好了吗？ 确定了？就按你说的办吧。
这么一来，你也是有名字的人了。
绰号呢？想好了吗？
还在想，别催啊。
慢慢想，在你想好之前，我们暂时不必见面。那些构陷我、令我陷入不幸的人，迟早都会付出代价。
是说愚人众吗？
至少是博士。
立场变化了呢，相信未来你的道路也会因此改变，但不是现在，你还需要一些时间来整理自己。
还有一件事，如今道期还有一些雷电武传的后人，他们中有人知道，或者说本该知道我与雷电武传的关系。我暂时不打算离开须弥，假如你在道期遇见他们，大可以告诉他们，我就是令雷电武传陨落的凶手。哪怕这件事已经从世界上抹除，他们也应该得到真相。
原来如此，这是你的选择。
哎，可是这样一来，
没什么，只要他们愿意，大可以用刀子捅进我的胸膛。说不定本来就该是那样。你那是什么眼神？不用露出这种表情，我知道自己在做什么。哼，会有那么一天的。好了，再会了，贤明的神，还有你们。
走掉了呢。
最近发生的事对他而言，简直像是突然过完了一生。任何人都需要时间来平复心情吧。
也是。虽然他还是那样，但语气变得不那么激烈了呢。这下我们总算可以去吃饭了吧？我都快饿死了。
辛苦你们了，请找一个令人放松的地方，尽情休息一会儿。
我想好了，小说的结尾可以放在玉鱼长政身上。
意思是故事里的其他人都不在了？
是啊，听说玉鱼长政一直活到了寿终正寝呢，很适合当小说结尾的叙事者。怪异的氛围散去了，可未来几十年里，这件事仍如阴云缭绕在玉鱼长政心头。年迈的他做了一个梦，名为大踏被长政之宝刀断成那夜，众人欢呼雀跃，作画、起舞、饮酒，万般欢喜都融在了炉火中，化作红云，围抱着玉鱼长政一生最后所见的那片朝阳。此生路遥远，欲行已忘言。
飘摇。雨中，睹物思故乡。这把刀，是我与故乡为。
休息时间啦！一旦放松下来，突然觉得好饿好累哦。太好了！咦，那个皮
瓶子是谁来打扫的时候碰碎了吗？可是没听说有人来收拾过房间呀。
听起来你很迷茫呢。我明白你的苦恼。任何人知道这些，都会觉得头晕脑胀。
咦，有人在我们耳边说话。
不过很可惜，提瓦特的命运轻易无法撼动。神灵尚且有微小的可能，非神之身就难说了。小小的动物撞在树干上，会令它摇摆。可歪斜不等于位移，命运也是如此。就像瓶子落到地上，小猫打碎的也好，飞鸟打碎的也好，结果它都碎成这样了，对吧？
你是谁啊？为什么你会知道这些？
历史不会轻易被改变，但人们的心会。相信自己的眼睛，你所见才是真实，未见则为虚幻。
声音消失了。刚才那个人到底是谁啊？突然冒出来说些让人害怕的话，什么意思嘛？倒是那个瓶子还碎在地上呢，我去找人来收拾一下吧。总觉得就这么放着不管，心里有些怪怪的。那我去就来。
不必这。
法理与人情有时冲突，有时兼容，权衡二者真是种学问呐。居然还有这种案件，天下之大，无奇不有啊！律法既是约束，也是工具，请你千万记住啊！记不住的话，我就多给你念叨2遍。法理与人情有时冲突，有时兼容，权衡二者真是种学问呐。律法既是约束，也是工具，请你千万记住啊！记不住的话，我就多给你念叨2遍。 法理与人情有时冲突，有时兼容，权衡二者真是种学问呢。律法既是约束，也是工具，请你千万记住啊！记不住的话，我就多给你念叨2遍。法理与人情有时冲突，有时兼容，权衡二者真是种学问呢。居然还有这种案件，天下之大，无奇不有啊！律法既是约束，也是工具，请你千万记住啊！记不住的话，我就多给你念叨2遍。 有这种案件，天下之大，无奇不有啊。嘿，律法既是约束，也是工具，请你千万记住啊！记不住的话，我就多给你念叨2遍。嘿，法理与人情有时冲突，有时兼容，权衡二者真是种学问呢。
又一个鞋子下，再多个对手也无妨。
收。
朔风起义，可叹落叶飘，
古华生命，羽线难画，
脸树无痕，
还没结束。
别很疼。
云好像选错了，
哼哼，食人之法，燃！哎，
一线将之师成景，才
冻住你！给我倒下！
往返自然，
倒下！好像选错了，
幽灵，
好像选错了，
于此
好像选错了。
中场收工，
有一手，
彩羽流红，
还没结束。
羽线难画，
绿果，
有一手，还没结束。
被烧了！
冻住！有一手，绝对刀牌。
脸树无痕，
古华生命，
幽灵，
燃！
借一支刀，
捉到，
断！好像选错了，
一线交织，
选错了。
踏风，
速速退下！食人之法，
上天找我！
好，
好像选错了。
羽线难画，
朔风起义，
收，
燃！脸树无痕，
断！
单书剑气，
御风而行。
捉到！燃！居然还有这种案件！
风共鱼行，
中场收工收，彩雨流红。
好，好，嘿嘿，焚烧吧，好。
眼顺如虹，只是成景，羽线难画。
律府，你燃，速速退下！
丝线，将
踏风，
断，彩雨流红。
焚烧吧！
可叹落叶飘。
捉到。中场收
之师成景，羽线难画，断。
复苏退下，食言之法，哎，燃，好，
朔风起义，也很疼，丝线交织。
抓到，眼顺如何？
彩羽流红，羽线难画。
焚烧吧，
御风而行，
丹书铁器，哎，
不必心急。中场生
之师成景，断。踩，
好，哎，好，律法既是约束，也是工具，请你千万记住啊！记不住的话，我就多给你念叨2遍。嘿，
彩羽流红，断。丝线交织。也很疼。之师成景，羽线难画。
中场是
食言之法，
往返自然。
好，嘿嘿，哎，复苏退下，燃。
点数无痕，捉到，彩雨流红，彩，
单书铁器，
中场收工，指示成景断，
云影夜明，
燃，好，食言之法，燃，
点数无痕，也很疼。
焚烧吧！
往返自然，
捉到，丝线，古华生命，羽线难画。一个星级，
朔风锦衣，克。
中场收，指示成景，才羽线难画。
可叹落叶飘零，往返自然，
单书铁器，燃，蹦蹦，好，燃，
点数无痕。
踏风，呵，踏，
收，彩雨流红断，羽线难画。丝线交织，
焚烧吧！绿火引，好，燃。
御风而行，
指示成景断，才，捉到，中场收工。
蹦蹦，
也很疼。丝线，彩雨流红，羽线难画。
起义，
中场深渊抓的，古华生命踩断，
风共鱼行，往返自然。御风而行，
姿势交织，
食言之法，
不必心急。知识成景，羽线难画，踩
起，克，
好，然，哎，哈，然，好，
不必心急。中场是
踏风，
古华生命断，
好，然。
点数如何？
飞沙的，好，
彩雨流红，
丹书解气，
不必心急。抓等，
云影，夜明
断，
朔风起义，
古华生命，
飞沙的，然，
中场深渊
踏风，
踩断，彩雨流红，
可叹落叶飘零。起，
飞沙的，哎，绿火引，然，好，
收。点数如何？
速速退下。
景，羽线难画，断。
中场收工。
蹦蹦！
也很疼。彩雨流红，羽线难画，断。
复苏退下，呀！丹书铁骑，哈哈！呀！蹦蹦！
不必心急。收，丝线，
起，只施成景，才。
复苏退下，呀！哎。
眼神如何？
踏风，克，彩雨流红，断，才。
丝线交织，
固化生命，羽线难画，断。
不必心急。也很疼。中场收工。
只施成景，才。
捉到了，眼神如何？
起，彩雨流红，断。
也很疼。中场收工。
踏风，克，只施成景，羽线难画。
抓到了，
焚烧吧！
流红，财断。
蹦蹦，嗨，绿果抵，燃，好。
中场收工，收。
固化生命，财羽线难画。
点数如何？
起！财与流红，财。
速速退下！
抓到了！
风动离形，
羽线难画，固化生命断。
日线，
丹书铁器，哈！燃！哈！燃！哈！燃！
支持成景，羽线难画。
踏风，
点数如何？
哎，好，
不必心急，收。 别很疼。丝线，
可叹落叶飘零。
财与流红断。
绿果抵，
收。中场收工。
起！
支持成景，财。
该出发了。
焚烧吧！哈！
心急。
云影，夜明，王板自然，克！
眼顺如何？捉到！彩雨流红断！
食言之法，好，啊，焚烧吧，好，
收，丝线交织，
嘿，速速退下，
不必心急。
御风而行，
之师成景，羽线难画。也很疼。
焚烧吧，好，哎呀！
捉等，中场收工。
踏风，
固华生意，才。
丹书铁器，什么？有皮了？
眼顺如何？彩雨流红。
绿我你。
固华生意，羽线难画。丝线交织，
踏风，
也很疼。收，中场收。
嘿，呵，
彩雨流红，彩。
哎，丹书铁器，呀，速速退下，呀，
克。
不必心急。也很疼，眼顺如何？固华生意，羽线难画。
绿果你。
中场收工，直视成景。
单书铁器，
也很疼，脸上如何？固华生命，抓到，中场收工。不必心急。
踏风，
也很疼。
起，
断，直视成景，丝线交织。
好，
踩，
速速退下，然，律府你，
彩雨流红，中场收工。收，断，直视成景，丝线交织。
踏风，
然，
雨线难画，
往返自然，
彩雨流红，断。中场收工，抓到。
食人之法，
收，丝线交织。 势成景，羽线难画。踩，
焚烧吧！哈，好。
不必心急。捉到，点数如何呢？
古华生命，羽线难画。
律府，你速速退下！
中场收工。
踏风，
断。
不必心急。
知识成景。
棒棒！哎，嘿嘿，食人之法。呀！好，嘿嘿。
丝线交织。
转，踩，
别很疼。捉到，中场收工。
踏风，
古华生命，断。踩，
该行动了。
焚烧吧！好，哎，呀！
彩雨流红，羽线难画。
律府，你
也很疼。
速速退下！呀！好，哎，棒棒！
捉到了，忠诚，收工，固化生命，断。
食言之法，发现你了，偷窥者！焚烧吧，让这些孩子们追逐心吧！
羽线难化。
棒棒！好，麻烦了。既然要玩，
抓到！
不再闪烁。
日线，交，
焚烧吧！
不必心急。收。
起，
彩雨流红。彩。
棒棒！绿果，你啊！
别很疼，点数无痕。知识成景，断。
焚烧吧！
忠诚，收工。固化生命，财。
速速退下！
有点冷了，不能把外套披在肩上了。抓到了。不必心急，别很疼，点数无痕。彩雨流红，羽线难化。
棒棒！嘿嘿。
日线，交。
踏风，
速速退下！好，食言之法。焚烧吧！好。
是密财，断。
绿果，你，好燃，哈！
御风而行。可叹落叶飘零。
也很疼。
焚烧吧！好，嘿嘿。
点数如何？
起，踏，
收。不必心急。只是成景。财。中场收工，捉到。
单书铁器，
收。日线交
起，踏，
果然是密断。捉到，中场是。哎呦！
速速退下！
不必心急。不必心急。点数如何？
云野，夜明踏风。
只是成景，财。大意了。失手了。中场收工也很疼。该行动了。收，日线交织，起，
律府，
彩雨流红。该行动了。
朔风解印，
羽线难画。抓到，中场收工。
踏风，
你很疼。
起，
固化生命踩。
食言之法，好，呀，哈，速速退下，
御风而行，呵。
魔币心机。魔币心机。眼视无痕，
踏风，
彩雨流红，羽线难画。
三书铁器，哎，好，
又一个邪祟较大麻烦事儿。
抓到了，丝线交。
起，
固化生命断。
终于还是
律府，你，
你圣意超我，
对象选错了，实验对象选错了。
魔币心机。眼视无痕，只施成景。
速速退下，哎，好，
你是？你很疼。中场收工。踩。
棒棒不在战术。
你走不了，我这里，那你。
线交
擒克，
然而，哎，
我这里逃。
抓到，
焚烧吧！好，一个哎，食人之法，啊！
不必心急。中场收工，彩雨流红。点数无痕，也很疼。古华之木，断。
绿火，你，
中场收
风共鱼行。
不必心急，抓到。日线，只是成景，羽线难画。
速速退下！
往返自然，克。
点数无痕。彩雨流红，彩。
食人之法，焚烧吧！
御风而行，
不必心急。不必心急。也很疼。中场收。古华之木断。踩。
然。
不必心急。日线交织，
速速退下！去吧，漂亮的小宝贝！
真有胆量。
朔风起义，
彩雨流红。
焚烧吧！哎，丹书铁器！速速退下！哎，然。
闲人勿扰。
有大家在身边，伤口就不会痛。
热乎热乎嘛！
风雪的缩影。
该走攻击了，
想不通就打扁了。
禁止接触。下一项工作是下一项工作是
可叹落叶飘零。
有大家在身边，
开锅了，开锅了！
下一项工作是如琉璃一般飘落。
起！
该走攻击了，
见识下师傅的枪法。
闲人勿扰。
热乎热乎嘛！
禁止接触。
收起来吧。
我会跟上的。
锅吧，喷！
闲人勿扰。双寒化生。
开锅了，开锅了！热乎热乎嘛！
禁止接触。下一项工作是
开锅了，开锅了！
我会跟上的。
有大家在身边，伤
嘿哈！
风共鱼行。
双寒化生。下一项工作是我会跟上的。
回热锅马，
闲人勿扰。下一项工作是为了阎王帝君。
我来保护大家。
讲不通就打扁了，锅巴喷火。
我会跟上的。下一项工作是禁止接触。
可叹落叶飘零，往返自然。
风雪的缩影。
有大家在身边，伤口就不会痛。
见识下师傅的枪法，看，开锅了，开锅了！
霜寒化生。
朔风解印，克！
下一项工作是
往返自然。
我来保护大家。
锅巴喷火，
风动鱼行。
嘿哈！
闲人勿扰。
朔风解印，克！
禁止接触。下一项工作是我会跟上的。
闲人勿扰，这项工作该划掉了。
起，
该走攻击了。见识下师傅的枪法。禁止接触。
收起来吧，
热乎热乎嘛。
下一项工作是。下一项工作是。嘿，霜寒化生，风雪的缩影。
有大家在身边，伤口就不会痛。
云野，夜明。
禁止接触。安逸的氛围，喜欢。
教令院又发生什么坏事了吗？
教令院。你听说了吗？教令院。
教令院又发生什么坏事了吗？
你听说了吗？教令院。
听说了吗？教令院。
工作还没有做完，真的可以提前休息吗？
教令院，又发生什么坏事了吗？
你听说了吗？教令院。
教令院，又发生什么坏事了吗？
你听说了吗？教令院。
教令院，又发生什么坏事了吗？
你听说了吗？
安逸的氛围，喜欢。
教令院，又发生什么坏事了吗？
听说了吗？教令院。
趴在草地上，
你听说了吗？
能听见大地的心跳。
教令院，又发生。
不必心急。捉到，日线交织。古华是命财断，收，不必心急。捉到，点数无痕。彩雨流红，彩，羽线难画。收，哎。断！捉到！日线将古华生命。别很疼，点数无痕。知师成景，才羽线难画。 光，不必心急。乱。不必心急。捉到，点数如何？不必心急。别很疼，彩雨流红，彩。中场收工。丝线交织，羽线难画。收，古华生命断。羽线难画。别很疼，点数如何？彩雨流红断。捉到，中场收工，踩。支持成景，断。别很疼，丝线交织，古华生命。 不必心急。收，羽线难画，知师成景。不必心急。别很疼，不必心急。忠诚，收割断。收，彩雨流红，羽线难画。不必心急。点数如虹，故华是密断。别很疼。不必心急。哼。捉到，忠诚，收工。不必心急，别很疼。丝线交织，不必心急。捉到，忠诚，收，彩雨流红，羽线难画。点数如虹， 至成景。点数无痕。不必心急。捉到了，丝线交织。点数无痕。彩雨流红，彩羽线难画。工程收工。不必心急。也很疼，点数如痕。不必心急。收。断。不必心急。丝线交织，踩。捉到，点数如痕。不 不必心急。丝线交织，不必心急。不必心急。中场收工。不必心急。固化生命，羽线难画。抓到。点数无痕。收，知识成景，断，丝线交织，不必心急。彩雨流红。又下雨了，真是麻烦。痕迹一旦被雨水冲刷干净，这需要不少时间来还原。不必心急。
发现你了，偷窥者！多看我一眼。刺眼的阳光，好烦人呢。这样一来，我可没法打盹了。
羽线难画，固化生命，财。 等，点数如何？
刺眼的阳光，好烦人呢。这样一来，我可没法打盹了。
丝线交织。不必心急。点数如何呢？
有点冷了，不能把外套披在肩上。
丝线将彩雨流红。嘿，嘿，不必心急。中场收工也很疼。不必心急。点数如何呢？踩，断。收。木华是木，羽线难画。断。抓等，丝线交织。
刺眼的阳光，好烦人呢。这样一来，我可没法打盹了。
点数如何？
收，中场收工。
踩。 之也很疼。彩雨流红断。不必心急。不必心急。工厂收工。抓到！只是成景，羽线难画。不必心急。收，丝线交织。彩雨流红，断，羽线难画。形随神至。抓到！固华生命，彩断。收，工厂收工。也很疼，点数无痕。不必心急。
这次是条大的，
到我试试刀法。
中场收工，只是成景。
凋零。
不必心急。点数无痕。 你捉到，中场收工。
你走不了。我这里难逃。想逃吗？
丝线交织。
我这里难逃。
不必心急。不必心急。点数如虹，也很疼。收。捉到，中场收工。不必心急。收，丝线交织。不必心急。运动是必要的。
下一项工作是。
中场施工。
我会跟上的。这项工作该划掉了。
也很疼。丝线交织。不必心急。
下一项工作是。我会跟上的。下一项工作是。闲人勿扰，风雪的缩影。
点数无痕。不必心急。
双寒化生。我会跟上的。下一项工作是禁止接触。双寒化生。我会跟上的。禁止接触。下一项工作是。下一项工作是。闲人勿扰，这项工作该划掉了。
中场施工。
声。呀！禁止接触，我会跟上的。嘿，
抓到！脸书无痕。
下一项工作是。
不必心急。
你听说了吗？
安逸的氛围，喜欢。
教令院，又发生什么坏事了吗？